Welcome everyone to the online Darts Live League final here on Sporty Stuff TV. 6 players have found their way through to play tonight in the final chance to get to Champions League, which begins on Tuesday. 2 groups of 3, and starting in Group A, Josh Payne, who came through in Group A. He's had a couple of days off. He got through just marginally over Scott Walters, but he's had a couple of days to rest now. He's fresh and ready to go. He'll feature in our opening match. And Josh Payne was joined by 2 players from Group C, and they were Ciaran Teehan and Colin Osborne. And Ciaran Teehan did a good job. Colin Osborne marginally got there. Needed a big favour from his friend Alan Tabern, who beat Peter Jakes to put Colin Osborne through. But Osborne will have to improve tonight. And in Group B that concluded last night, 3 players came through that one. It was the 3 that came into the night in first, second and third. Chaz Barstow, Nick Kenny and Andy Hamilton making it through. But Andy Hamilton was fortunate like Colin Osborne. Scott Walters only needed 3 legs in his final match and managed to only get 2. Hamilton hangs on in there, but the level of play will have to improve tonight. He's in Group B, but we're kicking things off with Josh Payne taking on Nick Kenny. Nick Kenny, whose form's been a little bit indifferent, but he's here and in with a chance. Josh Payne, who will fancy his chances of qualifying through the group and going into the semi-finals. Remember, top of Group A plays runner-up in Group B and vice versa, and then
140.
The 2 go third place playoff will play, and 3 places go through. Remember, the winner, runner-up go through, and then the 3rd and 4th place playoff will feature in Champions Week next week. It's the last 3 spots. 9 players are already there. 3 more will get through tonight, and we kick things off shortly with Josh Payne and Nick Kenny. In that group as well is Colin Osborne, and then in Group B, like I said, Andy Hamilton, Ciaran Teehan and Chaz Barstow. Chaz Barstow will be one to watch tonight. The 180 hitting has been incredible the last few nights. He had a few sloppy performances, but this man Nick Kenny, who stuttered through the group last night but was never in any danger of being eliminated, but will have to improve his level of play. He admitted that to me earlier, and he's ready though. It's a quality field, a quality lineup here tonight in the Online Darts Live League, and whichever 3 players get through, they will deserve their place in Champions Week next week. Remember, 9 players already there. Dan Reed, James Richardson, Paul Hogan, Mike Warburton, Robert Owen, Lee Evans, Adam Smith-Neal, Matthew Dennant and Richard North, and then 3 more will complete the lineup, which begins on Tuesday morning, plays through to Saturday night. And that will be our champion of Phase 2. Phase 1 champion was Jim McEwen, who will join him. The 2 players just warming up. A little smile there, playing in good spirits, but the serious stuff will begin soon.
First leg is Josh to throw first. Game on.
And Payne gets us underway here at finals night. Josh Payne
119.
only just recently lost his tour card, and he had a bit of bad luck. Not in this World Championships, but World Championships before. He was called up as the reserve player to play because Martijn Kleermaker
44.
tested positive for COVID, and Josh turned up ready to play, and he tested positive for COVID as well. And who knows what difference being in that World Championship would have made for Josh. The prize money, it was a good draw against Camero Carlissian as well. But showing already what he can do, Josh Payne. Maximum in leg 1.
100.
And Nick Kenny can't follow suit. He lost his last match yesterday against Lisa Ashton. Lisa Ashton had a change of tactic and just battered the treble 19s. She maybe should have done that, but good that she got out of here with a victory in that Group B. And then there was drama in the last game. Real drama. Andy Hamilton could bear to watch. And Scott Walters needed 3 legs. He had a dart to get the 3rd leg, but ultimately it was Chaz Barstow. And Andy Hamilton's first match of the night is against
100.
Chaz Barstow. Barstow up next against Ciaran Teehan, and that's a Group B match. Nick Kenny just taking a step back, double checking his score, but still not sure. Just double checking. Best to ask, he's doing the right thing. It's fine. It's maybe not going to make a massive impact on the leg. He's just double checking. And our referee, Paul Hinks.
81. Joshua 42.
But Josh for the opening leg. Yeah,
Being
tidy
shown
holder
the first
throw
leg.
from
Josh
Josh Payne,
Payne.
14 dart leg. And he's been producing form like that throughout the week. Like I said, comfortably qualifying. The first qualifier for finals night. Like I said, he's been sitting tight for a couple of
Second leg,
days.
Nick to throw first.
While
Game
these
on.
players have been battling it out to join him in this final group. And it will be an exciting final
100.
group. That is for sure. Steady from Josh Payne. Getting his form back now. Like I said, a bit of indifferent luck to lose his tour card. But I'm sure we haven't seen the last of him on the professional circuit.
82.
He will head back to Q School next year. But in the meantime, look out for him on Online Darts Live League. He may be champion tonight. He may be the champion of the champion group
60.
next Saturday. You wouldn't rule it out. But look at Kenny go. And a second that for Nick Kenny. Don't think we've seen the last of him on the professional circuit either. Did well in patches in his 2-year tour card stint. Managed to make the World Championship on 2 occasions, but it was just, he got through the qualifiers, so he wasn't accumulating enough money during the year and ultimately lost his tour card. And plenty of time for Nick Kenny.
101.
And Nick Kenny down to 78. Last night's group started with drama. Scott Walters needed wins and got off with 3 wins from 3. Couldn't finish the job.
83. Nick,
we'll definitely have some more drama here tonight. Yeah, good finish, tidy finish, and a good response, Nick Kenny. A tidy opening leg from Josh Payne, but that was just as neat and tidy from Nick, and levels the match up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
2 players go through from the group. Legs will come into play at some point. Even maybe sometimes averages can come into play, but
40.
We'll get to that if we need to get to that. And it was Josh Payne who started proceedings this week. He was the first match of the week, playing Colin Osborne.
140.
And we'll see that game a little later on. Couple of Pro Tour wins for Josh Payne as well.
59.
Played in the World Match Play, played in the World Grand Prix and the Grand Slam. He's ticked all the boxes. Never really managed to kick on in a TV event, and that's something I know he'd be disappointed with. But
85.
Real serious player, Josh Payne. And like I said, I don't think we've seen the last of him on the professional scene.
100.
Good last start, but Nick Kenny has wrestled the darts away from Josh here. Yeah, good switch. I like that switch because there wasn't a great deal to look at for Nick Kenny, and sometimes chasing up to the treble 18 is a big switch. He's down there anyway. He picks off the treble 17, and Josh is not going to leave a finish.
98.
Good last one again, though, from Josh. But Nick Kenny knows he's going to have 6 at the 186. Well, he may need more than 6.
70.
Rescued the situation, shook his head there, but he made the best of a bad situation with that last start. It's a better first start from Josh. Yeah, he'd be disappointed. You can see the little look on his face. He expects to double up, and he has there.
Nick, you require 116.
16 or stay up there. Just about gets to 16, but is it going to get the tops? It is. That's the first break of the match. Really good finish, 10+ finish from Nick Kenny. And there we look at it. And Josh Payne had just worked his way back into the leg as well to leave himself 64. But Nick Kenny strikes first. He's got the first break and now has the darts. Kenny striking first in this first match in Group A.
60.
Can Payne respond? Nick Kenny got off to a good start last night. Won 2 of his 4 matches last night. There was a win against Barstow.
100.
A win against Hamilton, but there was defeats to Walters and to Lisa Ashton. It was a real mixed bag from Nick Kenny, but he was never really in any danger of being eliminated last night. He'd
100.
done the hard work the night before, picking up 6 points. just topped up last night and took his place in this final group tonight.
86.
A lucky deflection there for Josh.
$140.
Good turn 40 from Nick Kenny. And he'll admit he wasn't at it last night, but already looks a lot more comfortable.
145.
Yeah, good thinking from Josh Payne to leave the 170. Nick Kenny is the captain of the recently announced Wales squad for the British Internationals.
105. Joshua Carr, 170.
Big responsibility for the young man, but very proud, I'm sure. Here we go. Bullseye for the 170. Brilliant shot from Josh Payne. He set it up. It was the shot before when he went for the 25 to give himself the best chance. And look at this finish. Shuffled along as well to centre the ball. And Payne levels up at 2 apiece. We've seen a 170 in the opening match. I said there'd be drama. We've had it already. Payne breaks back. Big shot from Josh. And it's Nick Kenny who feels the pain. And more pain coming his way. Maximum star for Josh. Yeah, Josh Payne had a few appearances at the World Championship. He lost on debut to Terry Jenkins. Had a really good victory over
36.
Diogo Portela on his next appearance and went out to Dave Chisnell in the end. Led 2-0 against Chizzy. And was beaten by Dimitri van den Berg as well. And he's got the big stage experience. Josh would have liked to have done more with it. He'll admit that, but Kenny fires in a max as well. Really good encounter to start finals night. Both players know they need to be on their A game. And
105.
Again, Josh Payne, sensible use of the board. Didn't have to go the 25. If he'd stayed up, he'd left to finish, but just he can stay on the same target when he returns. Treble for single for double for the 120 to put him one away.
60. Joshua Carr, 120. $80.
Unlucky, but we'll be back. Can Kenny put some pressure on? And that 170 has changed the course of the tie.
85. Joshua
Good
Carr,
last
40.
one from Kenny, but now
20.
then,
Nick Carr, 140.
170 swung it back in Payne's favour. Can a 140 swing it back the way of Nick Kenny? Alan Tabben finished this yesterday in Group C.
60. Joshua
Kenny
Carr, 20.
Can't finish it here. Nerves and
10.
Josh Payne
Nick
knows he's missed a trick here. He's giving Nick Kenny too many opportunities. Kenny's finishing has been bob on. Should get 1. He's going to get 2. Brilliant first start. He's been tidy finishing, Nick Kenny. And he's got that in the corner, a real steal. He acknowledges an apology, but no apologies needed. You hit the double first, Nick Kenny. You lead 3-2, and you will throw for the first points on finals night here in the online darts league.
Like Nick to throw first. Game on.
Brilliant finishing from Nick Kenny. Josh Payne will be kicking himself. You can see him shaking his head in the background, but he's got to regroup.
60.
He broke back in style when he's broken in leg 3. Can he do it again here, Josh Payne? Brilliant switching. Really nice action, Josh Payne. A very relaxed action. His darts, when they pin up in that, just below that top wire, you expect more from him. I think he does as well. But a 2 treble visit there. He'll take that.
100. 140.
Yeah, good for Josh Payne. I thought the head shaking was going to play on his mind in this leg, but 2 treble visits, a 131 and a 140. I was going to say wrestles the darts away from Nick Kenny.
140.
Still, Josh will be comfortable with the situation in this leg, even more so now. This is really good from Josh Payne, and there's a nod of acknowledgement from Nick Kenny. And you miss all those doubles, lose your throw. What a way to respond. Josh Payne, 9 darts thrown, 50 remaining, and Nick Kenny has gone ton. Well, an average of ton this leg. Not done a great deal wrong, but Payne to send us all the way. Double 16. He had woes on the doubles in the last leg. Not on this occasion. Real good response from Josh Payne. A 12 dart breaker throw, and we are now into a deciding leg. We haven't had a holder throw since the second leg of the match. So
the final leg,
will Josh Payne break that little duck and seal the first couple of points in Group A? But Payne not finding a big treble.
58.
So it's still very much game on here. What a way to start our finals night evening here. Take that, Nick Kenny.
$129.
Good switching from Josh, though. Been a real good tie, this. Whatever the outcome, don't rule out
100.
Both of these being in the semi-finals. Colin Osborne will have something to say about that. Just thinking about this, Josh. Just setting himself. Done the right thing.
59.
No execution, but he did the right thing. If the dart's not setting your hand right, a lot of players do unnecessarily just throw it, but that was good from Payne. Execution wasn't there, but
91.
And it's Nick Kenny down to a 170. How are we going to see two 170s in the same match? Be some way to finish the job for Nick. Good last one from Josh.
170.
You slightly favour Nick Kenny here, but don't rule out Josh Payne. I was going to say, don't rule out Josh Payne. Hit the 158. He might not get a go. He is going to get a go, but what's your setup play like, Nick?
98. Josh Rukar, 158.
Oh, you heard that bouncer.
38.
Not
Nick
the time.
72.
Not the time for Josh Payne to get a bouncer. And Nick Kenny, a little smile between the pair, but Nick Kenny, get your serious head on. This could be a valuable win for Nick. Treble 12, treble 16. Stay there for tops. Match start incoming for Nick Kenny.
52.
Just falls below the wire.
120.
Josh Payne, he's missed this on the double earlier on. Will he get a go at the double? He will for the match. And it ends an absolute classic encounter. Josh Payne finds a way, finds a holder throw in the final leg to stop the run of breaks a throw, but a real cracking encounter. Josh Payne, there we see that double top, big dart. Nick Kenny missed a match dart, but there the stats, look at that. Average of just shy, well, 98.5, not too shabby for Nick Kenny. The 170 finish of 116. What a way to start finals night. Josh Payne picks up the first points in Group A. We'll go over to Group B in our next match as Ciaran Teehan takes on Barstow. finals night. What a start. Josh Payne and Nick Kenny putting on an absolute treat. Featured a 170 from Josh Payne, a 120 and a 4-3 win. Josh Payne gets his campaign up and running with a couple of points in Group A. Well, it's Group B now, and it's the winner of the Group B to qualify, Chaz Barstow, who completed victory in Group B last night, taking on the winner of qualifying Group C, Ciaran Teehan. Ciaran Teehan came through yesterday morning, along with Colin Osborne. Chaz Barstow a lot more comfortable last night. And the other man in this group, Andy Hamilton, he owes Chaz Barstow, well, a big thank you, because it was Barstow who booked Andy Hamilton's spot in this group with a 4-2 victory over Scott Walters last night. But Ciaran Teehan, been impressed with him. Still very much a youngster in the sport, only 22.
Looks like he's
a Challenge Tour win and a couple of appearances at the World Championship as well.
Game on.
And he's been impressive there as Ciaran. And this gentleman made his debut at the Worlds just gone. Got to share the stage with the Green Machine, Michael
17.
Van Gerwen. Lost 3 sets to 1, but he did beat John Norman Jr. in the first round. But this is a real tough group, particularly Andy Hamilton. The form wasn't there last night for Andy, and he will have to improve, otherwise it will see these two advance. But Hamilton, it's a different day. He knows that. He's got the experience.
59.
He's got the game. And he will hope to impact this group.
85. 99.
Slow start to this one. Well, I'd say we're only a couple of darts in, but a little bit of nerves in your first group game.
60.
I know it's not knockout, but you're making things hard of yourself by losing the opening group game. And obviously, you'd have to argue Nick Kenny got the best possible defeat, if there is such a thing,
140.
by getting 3 legs. That may come into play.
Chaz 133.
It's Osborne and Payne that follow this. Josh Payne wins. He confirms his spot in the semi-finals.
93.
We'd set up a shootout between Nick Kenny and Colin. Tien looking to apply some pressure. First max, maybe?
125. Chaz 40.
But Chaz for the opening leg holder throw. Work his way down for double 10.
30.
Now then,
Ciaran
Teehan gets a little stab at 103. And Chaz waving his arms. Not happy with his double shooting. And there was a few... He fluffed his lines a lot last night, particularly in the match against Lisa Ashton. He got away with it in the end. And he may get away with it in his opening leg here, but
10.
never nice leaving double 5, but he's going straight for it. Double 2 now for the man from Winchester.
Yeah,
And he does eventually get there in the end. Not a spectacular leg from Chaz, but when you throw first, you make sure you hold throw. He's done that in the end. Survived a little bit of a scare, but it's Barstow who takes the opening leg against Ciaran Teehan.
Ciaran to throw first.
Winner of qualifying Group B, remember, against winner of qualifying Group C. Tien now has the darts.
100. 81.
Yeah, reminder, already mentioned, but the 9 players already through to next week. Dan Reed, Michael Warburton, Adam Smith-Neal. They were our 3 winners. Our 3 runners-up,
60.
James Richardson, Robert Owen, Matthew Dennant. And our 3 third-place finishers, Paul Hogan, Lee Evans and Richard North. And it'll be final 3 tonight. And the winners and selected runners-up will start the group phase on Tuesday morning. That goes through to Wednesday morning, then it's Group B and C Thursday and
57.
morning and evening, and Friday morning and evening. And it culminates in Champions Final next Saturday. Will we be seeing any of these two gentlemen there?
123. 140.
Yeah, good darts from Ciaran. Needed it as well. The leg was threatening to get away from it. Still may do.
96.
And
Getting your car 100.
thought Chaz may have gone back up, but he just fancied that. I don't blame him. The lie on the treble 19 opened up the bed. But it's Ciaran who gets a stab at 144. Not going to go.
128. Chaz your car 101.
Well, only one option now, Chaz. Treble 17 for the bull. Not going to go. And that was in and out the treble 20
77.
on the first dart. But Tien
16.
to level us up. One leg apiece. Yeah, that's good from Ciaran. Good response. Good leg from Ciaran Teehan to level up the match. It was very scrappy in the first leg, but that was more like it from both players. One leg apiece, and it's as we were in the opening match, 2 holes to throw to start the match. And are we going to go all the way again? Reminder, 4-3 in the opening match. Nick Kenny versus Josh Payne. Josh Payne won that game 4-3. It's Josh Payne coming up again in the match 3, I should say. The conclusion of this one against Colin Osborne. The other man in this group is former World Championship finalist Andy the Hammer Hamilton.
100.
Top 2 go through. Winners, runner-up advance, and then there's a 3rd and 4th place playoff for that 3rd spot, which culminates in Championship. Another one for Chaz to the floor.
$60. 80.
Be disappointed there, Chaz. He's still, unless there's a 180 from Ciaran, there's going to be no finish. Well, or 3 big trebles. Yeah, just
93.
Looking at Challenge Tour last week. Not a great weekend in Hildesheim for Ciaran Teehan. He had one last 32.
100.
He lost out to Michael Flynn. But yeah, would expect better from Ciaran.
96. Chaz requires 76.
So the last 64 of the Isle of Man Open in the WDF system this year, but will mainly be applying on the Challenge Tour and the Development Tour. But it's Barstow with a 3rd hole to throw. Leads 2-1 in this Group B opener. Has been comfortable so far for the player throwing first.
Ciaran to throw first.
Ciaran Teehan will hope that trend continues here. He has the darts in the 4th leg. But yeah, good finishing that time from Chaz, and he did well. He was getting a bit little despondent after losing another dart to the floor at the beginning of the leg. But
100.
Real solid leg from Chaz Barstow.
42.
And credit to Chaz last year. I said he made the
45.
World Championships. Didn't even have a tour card. He was just getting a lot of call-ups because he's been successful early on the Challenge Tour. I think there was 3 quarter-finals on tour for Chaz.
97.
And he got a spot in the Players' Championship finals in Minehead as well, but he lost out to Brendan Dolan, but made a good account of himself.
95.
And Chaz also was beaten in the last 6. Well, he got to the last 16 Hilltown. He's beaten by Michael Flynn as well. So Michael Flynn eliminated
48.
the pair of these last week in the Challenge Tour, but Barstow fared a little better than Ciaran Teehan. Last 16.
60.
Pretty much Chaz's best run of the year in the Challenge Tour. Should be doing better. He had one at the back end of the year as well. He lost out to Justin Smith.
134.
Seen Justin Smith a few times on the Live League as well. One to look out for. He'll be back during the year, I'm sure.
93.
That's a good last start from Ciaran Teehan. Is this our first breaker throw-in coming? Chaz would have been hoping for 140. Another one of them. Pressures the 108.
100.
Unlucky from Chaz.
108.
Ciaran for a 4th consecutive hole to throw. Stay down there for 32, and Chaz is going to get a dart here.
56.
Unless
Chaz require 80.
He strays from the 20. It's 20 for tops now. Shifting right. Big dart.
40.
Yeah, nowhere near from
Ciaran
Chaz.
require 52.
Always awkward when your darts stick up in the board, your 60s and your 80s, as it proved there for Barstow. But Tien to level us up again. It's gone high, but you're not too bothered by that. You may be a little bothered now. It's a long way down for Ciaran. Brilliant dart. Brilliant dart. And the focus on Ciaran Teehan there when he flew it into the double top, it was no sort of stepping back. He just went straight for the double 6, drifted inside, but then pinned the double 3. 4 holes to throw, 2 legs apiece. Who is going to pick up the first points in this Group B match? Remember, They're joined by Andy Hamilton. He joins the fray in game 4. It's Payne and Osborne coming up in our next match. Josh Payne can seal his spot in the semi-finals with victory there, but how much will that miss dart at tops? Horn, Chaz Barstow. It's the only opening against the darts we've had so far.
140.
And is Ciaran Teehan starting to make his move on the darts of Chaz Barstow?
123. 140.
Well, he certainly is now. Back-to-back 140s for Ciaran.
58.
Not enough. Tien's got the darts. Yeah, brilliant second dart. Brilliant adjustment.
130.
Brilliant leg from Ciaran. Can he cap it off? Potential of an 11-dart leg to break throw here.
134.
Barstow switching well, but
91.
not massive pressure on the 91. May go for the double. 20 just to tee up. Sensible for me.
51.
Because in all likeliness, Chaz will not take the 143. If you've gone for the double 17, there's always a risk of going outside. Well, hold that thought. Unlucky. Wrong side.
83. Ciaran 40.
Big dart for Ciaran Teehan. He's just steadying himself, doing the right thing. Big moment in the match. And he takes the first break, a throw. Ciaran Teehan with a 14-dart leg to find the first break, and Chaz Barstow now must respond or he will lose this opening match in Group P. Ciaran Teehan hasn't threatened the Chaz Barstow throw throughout the match, but the timing, back-to-back 140s and then a 130, and it's Ciaran Teehan who's taking command of the match, and there we are, hammering home the advantage. Can Chaz respond? He has to respond. Brilliant from Barstow. Brilliant from the pair of them. Not going to see yet another 9 darts on the online Darts Live League, but Tien will settle for this. This has been a real good spell from Ciaran Teehan from 2 apiece.
$96.
25 maybe. Yeah, back up for treble 20. Unlucky.
90.
Barstow switching. Brilliant.
130.
What a leg.
91.
Ciaran Teehan, though, left himself 91 after 9 in the previous leg. He's done the same here. Treble 14. And he's setting it up exactly the same.
51.
But this time, Barstow is within striking distance. 20 for ball. To send us to yet another decider. And we are going to a decider. Brilliant shot from Chaz Barstow. Ciaran Teehan probably thought the job was done when he went off 180, 140 on throw. He was waiting on tops. Barstow had other ideas. 3 apiece. And we are in our second deciding leg of the night. Plenty of drama, plenty of big moments already, but only in match 2.
81. 81. 40.
Barstow has lost 3 darts to the floor in this match.
100.
Ciaran Teehan would have liked more.
$125.
Decent visit from Chaz. That is a wayward dart from Ciaran. Will that previous leg, the 95 finish, knock the stuffing out of him? Because he'd have thought he was there.
134.
Good switch in from Barstow. He's going to get a shot for the match. Might not get a dart a double, but he's got a chance at 1-2-1. And 25 might have to come into play here. Should have stayed up, Ciaran. Got to find a treble. Does find
90.
one. Rescues the
Chaz, your call,
situation, but it's a big
121.
ask. 1-2-1 for Chaz. Treble 17 for the ball. And we have... Wow,
85.
could that be a happy
Your
accident?
call, 145.
If Tien doesn't hit the 145, Chaz will return with 3 at 36. And he is going to return Barstow. And like with Josh Payne,
95.
he's
Chaz,
rallied
your
from
call,
3-2
36.
down. And is he going to complete the turnaround? He
No
doesn't.
score.
He
Ciaran,
couldn't
your
have got
call,
much closer,
50.
Chaz Barstow, but Ciaran Teehan offered the lifeline. And Chaz knows he's missed a trick. Stay focused, Ciaran Teehan. And
He's
Ciaran
shot on the
Teehan
match, Ciaran
sneaks
Teehan.
the deciding leg. 3 match darts come and go for Chaz Barstow, but it's Ciaran Teehan who picks up the first points in Group B. There we see 18 and Chaz in the background. Can't believe it. They had a lot of darts on the floor and 3 missed match darts, but it's Tien off and running. Highlight of the match, that 95 finish to send us all the way on the ball from Barstow, but he couldn't complete the turnaround. It's Tien who's off and running in Group B with a 4-3 win. And coming up next, revert back to Group A. Josh Payne, who won the opening match, takes on Colin Osborne. First look at Group C runner-up, Colin Osborne, who got through courtesy of a big favour from his friend Alan Tabb yesterday. Taking on Josh Payne, who's already registered the first points in Group A. He beat Nick Kenny in our first match of the night, and it was an absolute thriller as well. Josh Payne featured at 170 and a 120 to win the match. And Colin Osborne, his performance will have to improve upon yesterday. He knows he was very fortunate to make it to this stage, but a victory for Josh Payne here would save all the calculations. It would mean he's through to the semi-final, and it'd be a straight shootout in the final match of this group between Nick Kenny and Colin Osborne. We've just seen another match go all the way. Missed match darts drama from Chaz Barstow. And it was Ciaran Teehan who was there to mop up, and he picks up the first points in Group B. Andy Hamilton gets off and running in Group B in the match that follows the conclusion of this. He takes on Chaz Barstow. So can Josh Payne confirm his spot in the semi-finals? It's Colin Osborne who has the throw here. And Osborne, like I said, stuttered towards the end of the day yesterday. He finished off with a 4-0 reverse. And it was only because Josh Payne beat Peter Jakes. Osborne is here instead of the man from Denby Dale. But Peter Jakes, like Scott Walters, can feel very unfortunate not to have made it through to the final group. But small margins, but knew what they had to do to set out. But off and running, and it's a bright start for Colin Osborne.
$140.
Another 2 treble visit from Colin. Good to see Colin Osborne back. Got a call up to the Pro Tour a few weeks ago in Niederhausen, and there was a good couple of victories there for him. Beat Bradley Brooks, former world youth champion, and he also beat Jeffrey de Zwaan as well. And good to see Colin back mixing it up, and he'll remain on the Challenge Tour and the online Darts Live League for the rest of the year. But if the call-ups come, knows got the game to pick up victories.
65.
Josh, that 170 we thought had swung the match in his favour, but it was a real nip and tuck affair with Nick Kenny.
$72.
Well,
Joshua Carr,
you've been warned, Colin. He's hit it already tonight.
$94.
Not on this occasion.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that is the opening leg to Colin Osborne. He's off and running in Group A. Good hold to throw. Good solid hold from the Wizard. Colin Osborne looking
second leg, Josh to throw first.
To register his first points in the group. His first match. Nick Kenny also in this group lost 4-3 in the opener.
140. $59.
Good response from Payne, though. He responded well in the early match, didn't he, against Nick Kenny. He was broken in the third leg, broken in the fifth leg. He responded with breakbacks and then a 120 finish after surviving a match dart himself. So Nick Kenny and Chaz Barstow both
83.
missing match darts. So it could have been all different in these groups, but it's going to be like that. It's going to be tight, as we expect on finals night.
121. $125. Joshua requires 60.
Decent darts from Osborne, but he's been left high and dry here. Yeah, really good leg from Josh Payne. 11 dart holder throw. And again, for the third consecutive match, we open up with a couple of holds of throw. So All players looking pretty solid at the beginning of the matches. Well, throughout, really.
Colin
Good performances from all 4 players we've seen tonight. Osborne, our 5th. All players settled. We haven't seen Andy Hamilton yet. He comes up in the next match.
59.
Lucky from Josh. Josh Payne will be keen to just get rid of this group, no nonsense, get this one. Book his place in the semis.
68. $42.
Level after 6 starts.
140.
Better from Colin. A modest start to this leg. Sometimes see a little snap in the shoulder from Josh Payne, but it's a nice action. Just gets over the top
100.
there. Good last one from Payne.
$41.
Yeah, not happy here, Josh, is he? That's a real flyer, the second one.
60.
Yeah, not happy with that visit at all. It was high, low, and you can see in the reaction.
$45.
Payne, who had the darts in the opening leg. Osborne has him here. Nick Kenny will have the
96.
darts in
Colin Newcar,
final match of the group against Colin Osborne. Stay there, surely. Double 14. Unlucky.
120.
Payne's worked his way back into the leg well here. He had a couple of ton-plus finishes in the first match. He'll fancy this. He may look at 48 for ball here. No, he's shuffling across. Thinks he can get in there. Can't get in there.
94.
But does leave a double 12 for pressure. But Osborne... Well, always the risk when you come inside on double 14.
24.
Nobody likes double 7, do they? Well, I don't. And Colin Osborne certainly didn't like it there. But Josh Payne likes double 12, and we have a first breaker throw in this match. Josh Payne, credit to him, hung around in that leg. He's getting a little bit frustrated midway through that leg, but finds a way to break the Colin Osborne through. He relied on errors. There was 4 missed starts for Colin. He missed a double 14 on the 148 combination, but it's Josh Payne makes his move. He's 2 legs away from booking his place in the semi-final.
21.
Really sped up the throw, his new style of action
100.
from Colin Osborne. He was very slow and deliberate, and that's when he got most of his success, but sometimes you have to make a change. He drifted off the tour, and credit to Colin. He's dug in.
97.
We've seen him a lot in the online darts league. We've seen him hit a 9-darter.
$45. $100.
Can Osborne get the break back? There was plenty of breaks exchanged in the first
46.
match. 4 in total. There was 2 in the previous match. Josh Payne will hope there's just, well, he'll hope there's 2 he can break in the next leg, but done the hard part. He's got in front of Colin Osborne.
137.
And he pounced on errors, but Josh Payne is heading towards the semi-finals.
140. Joshua Carr, 146.
Josh elected to come down the board. Osborne, can he return the favour on Josh Payne?
Colin Carr, 100.
Couple of treble 20s for the ball. That's all, Colin.
96.
Good switching.
Joshua
Still not out of
88.
this leg, because this 88 isn't a gimme for Josh Payne. Well, Osborne had all sorts of bother with his double in the previous leg. And so is Josh Payne.
74. Colin requires 74. Game shot on the fourth
it
leg.
is 2 apiece.
Osborne.
And it's double 14, or missing double 14, that's blown this tie wide open. There we see Colin Osborne. Misses from him in the previous leg. Returned the favour, Josh Payne. And Josh Payne be kicking himself there. He teed up the leg really well, but can't finish the job. And can't book his place in the semi-finals in this leg. He was hoping to hold and then throw
100
for a place in the semi-finals, but we go on. We've got our confirmed final at the WDF World Championships.
83.
The Irishman Duff got through early on this evening, and Thibaut Tricol joins him. Congratulations to Thibaut. Good job tonight. Drama in that game.
58.
We've had plenty of drama here as well.
$140. $180.
Brilliant from Colin. Can't leave a finish. So Josh Payne. Oh, here goes Josh as well. Incredible response. Here he leaves the arm there. The Laban arm, as I call it. Labanowskis likes to leave the arm there after a big shot. But credit to Josh Payne. Plays some good stuff tonight. As does Colin Osborne. Well, they all have. It's as we expect. See Colin Osborne just double checking.
95. Joshua Kwan, 98. $73. Colin Newcar, 68.
So Osborne to lead again. When the opening when the opening leg, drop the next two. Be 16 or an 8. Tops.
48.
Falls the wrong side of the
Joshua
right. This
Barr,
game is similar to the
25.
Nick Kenny or Josh Payne game. Lots of breaks of throw in the middle, and we could have another one here. 17 for double 4. Great guide for Payne.
17.
Unlucky.
Colin Newcar, 20.
Didn't use the guide though, did he? And Osborne taking his time, yeah. Just knows this is a big moment in the match. And it is a big moment for Colin Osborne. Gets there in the end. Survived a bit of a scare, but it's Osborne who leads 3-2 now. Josh Payne, though, will be gutted with that leg. He got himself in a great position.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
How are we going for a third 4-3 in succession? Josh Payne will hope so.
100.
Flyer from Colin.
85. $100.
Osborne hope to get it done here, and it'll give him that little leg advantage as well. Every possible leg used so far tonight.
59. 100. 100. 93.
Good pick off with the last one for Payne. 108 points away from sending us to a deciding leg for the third successive match. Revert back to Group B, remember, after this match. It's Chaz Barstow taking on Andy Hamilton. It's must win for Chaz.
Good
setup play, but Osborne
132.
will start on the bull here. Buller at 25, and it'll be off to treble 19 if he gets the 25. There it is. Treble 19. No, treble 19, Colin. Sorry, Colin. He knows it's a way off. Knows he's got the insurance of the darts in the deciding leg, and it looks like we're heading there.
48. Joshua Carr 16.
Well,
it's
in there.
Sixth leg. Josh Payne.
Hanging in there, but Josh Payne levels up 3 apiece, and we are at a deciding leg for the third successive match tonight. We expected drama in the finals. Now we've got it. We expect it to be competitive. Don't be surprised if we see a lot more of these deciding legs. But it's Colin Osborne who gets us off and running. Can he start his campaign with victory? Remember, he'll take on Nick Kenny.
140.
And if he can win this game, he's got a little bit of wriggle room, but it's all up in legs. And Nick Kenny's still well in the mix. Nick Kenny wins that last match. If Colin Osborne wins, I should say, and Nick Kenny wins the last match by 4 legs to 2, he wins the group. Nick Kenny, despite that defeat, still wide open. And even if Colin wins this leg, his qualification's still precarious.
100.
See Colin trying to G himself up in the background there.
100. 97.
To be coming down. The treble 17 leaves 130.
97. Colin Uruguay 164. 42.
Well, Colin Osborne has offered an opening to Josh Payne here. Josh Payne pulled out a big shot in his previous match. He's just got to think about this now. 29 scored. Stay down at 19, I'm sure. Yep.
48. Colin Uruguay 122.
Treble for the bull. No, he's drifting here, Colin. It's all got a bit messy in the last 6 darts for Colin Osborne.
39. Joshua Carr 156.
From 164, 6 darts later, he's on 83. And there's pressure now, and it's invited pressure from Colin Osborne. 83, treble 17. 16 for the bull. What a treble. Bullseye. Gets there in the end. It all got a bit messy from Colin Osborne, but classy finish at the end. Josh Payne disappointed, but it's all up in the air who goes through in this group. Colin Osborne wins 4-3, and yeah, not the great average, but that finish at the end, big shot from Colin Osborne because he was stuttering. He's got some points on the board now. He's joint with Josh Payne. Nick Kenny comes up against Colin Osborne later on in the final group match of Group A. But coming up next is Group B again. Andy Hamilton and Chaz Barstow.
First leg is Andy to throw first.
And it is Hamilton who gets
Game
us
on.
off and running. Hamilton, who got his one win against Lisa Ashton yesterday, but
85.
far, far, far from his best.
$100.
And it's a
26.
stuttery start for Andy Hamilton here as well.
$57. $99.
Slow start to the match from the pair of them here. Confirmation of what we've already seen tonight. A victory for Josh Payne in Group A. It's Nick Kenny, but a
140.
defeat for Josh Payne in Group A as well. He lost to Colin Osborne, so that group's in the balance. A win for Colin Osborne would guarantee him passage through, along with Josh Payne. A win for Nick
95.
Kenny by a scoreline of more than 4-3, so 4-2, 4-1. He would go through with Josh Payne. If it is 4-3 to Nick Kenny, then
24.
it gets a little bit complicated. It comes to a 9-dart shootout. I said we'd have drama. That would be some drama. Played in a couple of 9-dart shootouts myself. So was this man, Andy Hamilton.
140.
Similar record to mine. Won one, lost one. He lost to James Wade, won against Alan Tappan. That was a way of passage in the Grand Slam. We've seen it on a few occasions. Dimitri Vandenberg and Robert Thornton. They're not fun. Well, they are if you're not playing in them. Hamilton to take the opening leg. Can't quite pin
36.
the double.
Chance to require 55.
15 for tops for Chaz. There's a
35.
weakness in the
Andy
game of
requires
Chaz Bass was the
20.
finishing. Should have won his opening game. Should have won the opening leg here.
Game shot on the first
Andy
leg.
Hamilton gets there
Andy
in the
Hamilton.
end. Swerved it. Dodged a few bullets from Chaz Barstow a couple of darts for the opening leg and a break for Chaz, but it's Andy Hamilton who holds throw in the opening leg here.
To throw first, game on.
And Chaz Barstow will be under pressure here. Knows he's got to win.
57.
And he's not started the best, Chaz Barstow.
$81. $140.
That's better from Chaz.
$125.
Hamilton knows he could make life very drama-free for himself tonight with victory here.
140.
Barstow, this is better.
$41.
Nice
Chance to
reaction from Andy there.
164.
Poor last start. $85. Treble 19, treble 15. Yeah, it doesn't quite find
94.
the treble 15, but Barstow should level up from here.
$84. Chance to require 70.
Tops for Barstow.
60.
Again.
And
The doubles are causing Chaz problems. They
170.
cost him in the opening match, and they costed him in the opening leg here. He's going to take something big. Yeah, Hamilton not going to take the 170. We've already seen from Josh Payne tonight.
74. Chance to require 10. Getting shot on the second leg. Chaz Barstow.
And that is finally a double hit for Chaz Barstow to level up the match at one apiece. But needs to tighten up those doubles. Andy Hamilton yet to get going, but it is, again,
Andy to throw first. Game on.
2 legs into a match and they've both holds a throw. So Barstow finally registering a double, but Hamilton, that's better from Andy.
$57.
Again, he's starting to find just below that top wire, Andy. He'll throw quick on this. Well, not this occasion. He does sometimes throw quick, and he pulled it wide.
$96. $100.
Good leg from Andy Hamilton. 9 darts through a 140. Barstow can't leave a finish off the 3-4 even the max, and he's not going to get a max. And he's edging closer and closer to the trap door, Chaz Barstow.
140.
One of the favourites coming into tonight.
$100.
And perfect setup for Andy Hamilton to move 2-1 for the better leg from Andy. Never settled throughout all last night.
57.
But just slowly settling in this first match this evening. Surely. Yeah, good dart from Andy Hamilton. 15 dart leg, hold the throw. Better from Andy Hamilton. And as good as we've seen him, he, like I said, didn't settle at all last night, but That was a more fluent leg. The trebles were there. The score was there. Not many darts drifting. And Andy Hamilton moves back in front against Chaz Barstow. And Barstow has to find a breaker throw at some point in this match if
96.
he's going to remain in tonight's final group.
$60. $140.
That's it from Chaz. Hamilton knows. A little spurt here, though. A breaker throw in this leg. He'd throw for the match.
82.
And he could be done and dusted in this match in no time. And a win for Andy Hamilton. And there's just no need to calculate the legs. It's just a straight shootout with him and Ciaran Teehan. But who finishes top, who finishes second. But doesn't look like Hammer's going to break here. Barstow looking to restore order at 2 legs apiece.
$140. Chance to require 132.
Treble 14. No. Okay, 49.
$92.
Yeah, that's fine. Good setup play from Chaz. And similar to Andy Hamilton. Left tops after 12 in the previous leg and took it out. Well, Chaz Barstow will hope to do the same. But Hamilton has a chance to apply some pressure.
83. Chance
Not major pressure.
40.
Anyway, Barstow now. But he has been vulnerable on the doubles. He's proven here as well. Just steadying himself.
30.
Errors again from Chaz.
136.
The doubles just aren't there. And Hamilton, if he hadn't snuck into the treble 1, he could be on a lot handier finish here. Not going to go. So Barstow return, but he won't be relishing double 5. When he be missing doubles.
60. Chance to require 10.
Double 5 can be a bit of a chore, but can Barstow level us up at 2 apiece? There he does. Good use of the guide from Chaz Barstow, and that is 2 legs apiece. But Barstow has to find a break at some point. His doubles are not quite there, but he's hanging on in there. But he has to make his move on the Andy Hamilton throw at some point here. Otherwise, the exit will await, and we'll lose our first player from the evening, confirmed.
$66. $97. $57.
Can't pick one off. Chasing trebles around the board, Andy Hamilton. And door slightly ajar already at the beginning of the leg.
134.
Wayward, that's better from Andy. Can he find another treble?
125.
Good visit from Andy Hamilton. Can Chaz do the same? Find a couple of trebles.
85.
Finds one, but not a finish. Big moments, particularly for Chaz Barstow here. Trying to keep his hopes alive and send himself in to the semi-finals. Places available at the Champions Group. 3 more spots, remember. 9 spots already
68.
confirmed. That starts on Tuesday morning. Barstow, let's say, may look at 25. May just stay aggressive. No, he's going for the 25. Leaving 80. He had a shot at 80 in his first match against Ciaran Teehan for a 3-1 lead. If that goes, it may have a different outcome. Hamilton may be looking for something similar now. You go for 25 or even treble 15. Or
131.
treble 11, yeah. No
Chaz,
argument
you
there.
require
Couldn't get
80.
it, but Chaz, big shot. He wasn't up to it against Ciaran early on for the break. I'm
60,
not up
and
to
you
it here,
require
and you just weren't
54.
convinced with Chaz Barstow. His doubling is patchy to say the least. Tops for Hamilton. Big dart for Andy Hamilton. Gets
Payne
it.
on the fifth
Massive
leg.
moment for
Andy
Andy Hamilton, and Barstow is running out of time. Hamilton leads 3-2, and it was the setup play that put the pressure on the 80 of Chaz Barstow, and Hamilton is one leg away from booking him and Ciaran Teehan places in the semi-finals. Barstow, 2 legs remain. He needs them both.
81.
Pulled that last start. He was walking on the last one.
$100. 97.
Decent switch from Barstow. Can he send us all the way for the 4th successive match?
$134.
Well, Andy Hamilton is making his move. Barstow needs to hang on in there. He's under pressure.
100.
Keeps him just slightly ahead of Hamilton, but another 2 treble visit, and Andy Hamilton is in control of this leg. Well, there's one of him. There's 2 of him. Well, go on, and fill it up.
125.
Again. And it just, he stays in the 20. It brings him below 130, so you only need 1 treble in the combination for a poke at bull.
100, and you require 142.
Turn for Chaz. Barstow could be making the short trip home to Winchester in a minute. Hamilton 17.
102.
And Barstow
Chaz, you require 123.
needs the 1, 2, 3. But he's on his way. Treble 18. It's not going to go. And Barstow could be our first player
91.
eliminated here.
And you require 40.
Hamilton, who dodged a bullet last night. It was Chaz Barstow that got him through. And Andy Hamilton might eliminate Chaz for all his efforts. One more dart. And goes inside. Barstow is still alive in this group. Match darts come and go for Hamilton for a place in the semi-finals. Now then, Barstow. He's well over to the right. This is tricky. This is hard. Brilliant dart from Chaz Barstow. And for the 4th consecutive match, we go all the way. Just look how far over to the right he was. Didn't have a great deal to look at, but that is a really good dart from Chaz Barstow, considering under the circumstances. Andy Hamilton has missed 3 darts to become a semi-finalist along with Ciaran Teehan and eliminate Chaz Barstow, but he's got the darts here to finally get the job done.
125.
And that's a good start from Andy.
$42.
Breathing space for the hammer.
27. $85.
Well, not as much breathing space there was. getting
42.
scrappy. Andy Hamilton made a 2-treble visit to start the match. Hasn't really made hay on top of that.
60. $81.
Pulls the dart. He's just staying ahead, but this is a nervy leg. Look, 12 darts thrown for Hamilton.
135.
And 12 for Charles, and Charles just edges in front. It's still in the balance. How was Barstow hung on in there? That dart double 16 was incredible, but he shouldn't have got the chance. Good
97.
switch. Good last one from Andy Hamilton, but what's your setup play like here, Chaz? He's dropping low. There's nerves to be expected.
96.
Picks one off.
And you require 129.
Hamilton, if he gets the 57, expect a couple of double 18s. That'll be the route. I've seen him do this before. It'll be treble 20 for Bull. Bullseye. We saw Osborne win on the Bull in the previous match. Andy Hamilton
89.
can't do the
Chance
same,
to
but
83.
will it be a good miss? Only time will tell. 16 for the Bull. This is what Osborne hit to win in the previous match. Oh, and he's overcommitted. Barstow misses the big number and will not get a dart of the Bull. That is folly from Chaz Barstow. Maybe his last visit.
43. And
Hamilton to get
40.
over the line and eliminate Chaz Barstow. And Andy Hamilton gets there. He's into the semi-finals along with Ciaran Teehan. Chaz Barstow is through. Andy Hamilton and Ciaran Teehan will shoot out for top spot later on, but Barstow's doubles, again, not great. 11 darts missed the doubles, and it proved costly. And it's Andy Hamilton who really scraped through last night. Well, he's into the semi-finals. He'll play Ciaran Teehan later on to confirm the placings in Group B. But Hamilton and Teehan through to the semi-finals. Will confirm a couple more semi-finals after the next match as Nick Kenny takes on Colin Osborne. welcome back as we conclude Group A. And it's in the balance. No confirmed qualifiers from this group. We've got our 2 confirmed qualifiers from Group B. That is Andy Hamilton and Ciaran Teehan. They will battle out in the next matchup at the conclusion of this one to decide who finishes first and second. But they are through. We've lost Chaz Barstow. Back-to-back defeats. He's been eliminated. But here, this is well and truly in the balance. Neither player safe. Neither player through. Colin Osborne's won his only game 4-3. Nick Kenny's lost his only game 4-3. A 4-2 win or more for Nick Kenny would see him top the group and eliminate Colin Osborne. A 4-3 win for Nick Kenny would involve a 9-dart shootout because all players would be level on points and legs. A win for Colin Osborne, he tops the group. Josh Payne goes with him. But Nick Kenny played some good stuff.
First. Game on.
In the first match and had a dart to beat Josh Payne. It was a 120 in the final leg. So despite that victory for Colin Osborne, it's still very precarious.
140.
Good start for Nick Kenny. Osborne, who finished his match off with a bull finish. 17-16 for the bull on 83. And Barstow had the opportunity in the previous match. Missed the big 16. And he's off home to Winchester. No chance Barstow in the Champions Group.
140.
Josh Payne made it through to Champions Week in Phase 1. He made it through to the final week, the final group as well. Champions Week and Champions Final Day. And he lost out to Robert Owen in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. So Payne will hope to go
93
to the finals again and fare slightly better.
I
mentioned in Phase 1 we had Thibaut Tricol just become a finalist tonight in the WDF World Championship. Congratulations, he can take on Neil Duff tomorrow. But it's a great platform, the Online Darts League.
97. Colin Newcar, 132.
A professional environment to play darts against some of the best players. Just not quite made it onto the tour. Osborne looking to strike an early blow here. Bullseye. Unlucky.
107.
Great start to this match though.
31.
Kenny to hit the front. 15 for double 8. Double 4 important this for Nick Kenny. Gets it. Good dart from Nick Kenny. Hold a throw. A match he has to win, remember. Lost his opener against Josh Payne, but played well. And like I said, Nick Kenny, any sort of win from 4-2 or more, he wins the group and takes Josh Payne through with him. So
Colin to throw first.
Colin Osborne knows he can't let this tie get away from him. Had a dart for the opening leg at Bullseye. Kenny there to mop up.
100. 57. 93. 100.
Good switch from Colin. Can he find another one?
134.
Colin Osborne, who competed in Group C to qualify. Got through with Ciaran Teehan. There was Alan Tabern, Peter Jakes,
45.
Martin Thomas. Also in that group. And Dom Taylor.
$98.
Yeah, trying to switch, but there's a good response from Colin Osborne. He'd have felt the pressure here. He goes a breakdown. He knows there's a chance for Kenny to run away with the match, and it would eliminate Colin.
84.
76.
Colin 76. 56.
Can't find the tops. Colin Osborne. but a real good cushion for Colin.
180.
Well,
Colin
the
Osborne,
cushion
20.
has just been cut. But Osborne up to the challenge, pins the double 10, levels up one apiece. And yet again, we exchange holds of throw at the beginning of the matches, so there's no early nerves in the early parts of these ties, but it's Osborne.
First, game on.
If Osborne gets the 3, can't be eliminated straight away. There would be a 9-dart playoff, but
57.
You won't be surprised if we see 4-3 here. We've seen them all night.
$100.
Colin Osborne, who played in the Challenge Tour last week in Hildesheim.
95.
There was a run to the
46.
last 32 that was ended by Robbie Nelson. Lost out to the talented Danny Van Tripp as well. He did get a victory over the talented Nathan
43.
Gervin. But one last 16 this year for Colin Osborne. He'd be disappointed with that return off the Challenge Tour. That was ended by Jim McEwen, the winner of Phase 1.
$99.
Decent last start from Kenny, but Osborne would love the insurance of a breaker throw here. Give him a little bit of wriggle room, a little bit of margin for error. Said Osborne played on the Pro Tour. Got a call. So there's a couple of victories.
99.
Over Bradley Brooks and Jerry Deswan. Yeah. Fell in both those days, respectively to Richie Edhouse and Scott Marsh, but picked up a bit of prize money. £750 for a win on the Pro Tour, so
69.
good going from Colin Osborne, but reminder, plenty of prize money to be played with here. £2,000 the winner here tonight, and a place in Champions Week. Fantastic incentives on offer in the online Darts Live League.
60. Negative car 138.
For players that don't get their tour card. They're knocking on the door to be involved. Nick Kenny, right shot, double 9. Brilliant. And that will hurt Colin Osborne. Osborne was waiting, thinking, I'm going to get a shot here. But no, Nick Kenny does what Peter Jakes did yesterday. Takes out 138 and leads again. Big hit from Nick Kenny. He was under pressure.
Game on.
But now he has a chance to attack the Colin Osborne throw. Is that a game changer? It was the right shot from Nick Kenny. Treble 20s. No point going over to
81.
trebles. 18. Stay on the same target. Double to double. Double 9 right in the corner. And Nick Kenny leads 2-1.
100. $100.
Kenny's playing a lot better tonight.
100.
Same as Andy Hamilton. They just went at it last night. Just maybe came here a bit defensive, knowing they just needed to do bits and not have to actually win too many games, too many points.
100.
Maybe guilty of thinking the job was done. Well, Nick Kenny was never in any danger of being eliminated last night, but Andy Hamilton was. He was on the brink. But from being on the brink of elimination, he's in the semi-finals, Andy.
100. $125.
Yeah, good visit from Colin. Aussie, the wizard. Colin. Call him what you like.
50.
Lovely guy, Colin Osborne.
Colin Unicorn 95.
And looking to level us up at 2 apiece. Nick Kenny got to the last 32
55.
one of the challenge tours.
Unicorn 143.
Last week, lost out to Karol Sedlicek. A tough draw, Nick Kenny. Jerry Hendricks, Sebastian Białecki.
89.
And lost to Karol
Colin
Sedlacek.
40.
Lost out to Stephen Burton on one of the days as well. And those two both won a title last week.
30. Nicky Ducois 54.
Lost out to Thibaut Tricol, WDF finalist. But this for 3-1. Osborne's in trouble. And he let off the hook. That is a mistake from Nick Kenny. Missing the 14 and restricting himself to only one dart at a double. But Osborne up for double 5. Going the wrong way. Needs to come down.
5.
And misses again.
Nicky Ducois 16.
So Nick Kenny will return. Osborne knows he's in serious trouble now. Well, hang on about. That's wayward. We're not done yet. He's not happy, Nick Kenny. Over to double 4. He gets it. 3-1 lead. Nick Kenny is on the verge of topping the group. One more leg. He wins the group. He eliminates Colin Osborne and takes Josh Payne through with him. Hold the throw. Is it our first match that's not going to go the distance? And the 1-3-8 and those missed doubles in that leg has changed the course of the tie. And Colin Osborne has got plenty to do now.
140.
Needs at least 2 legs to keep his hopes alive. And Nick Kenny started with a 140. Not looking good for Colin Osborne.
57.
And he knows he's in trouble, Colin. Got to keep chipping away.
60.
Kenny can't find another treble, so there's an opening in the offing here for Osborne with a 2 treble visit. There's one of them. Just to claw his way back in.
99.
Can't find it.
$85.
He's slowly but surely edging his way to the semi-finals, Nick Kenny, but Osborne's not going quietly. Claws his way back into the leg, Colin.
$100.
Great battling spirit from Colin Osborne. This is incredible. Treble 15. He may go the 25. Just to give him that single double because you missed the 15. Went for the treble 19, which left 28.
Nicky Ducois 116.
Well, Nick Kenny hit this earlier on against Josh Payne. Not going to hit it here.
45.
Colin Osborne's dug in really deep here. Tops. Brilliant from Colin Osborne. His hopes were hanging by a thread, but he breaks back and he keeps this tie alive. He needs one more leg and he can't be eliminated in this match. But then he will get a chance to break, to win the match and top the group, but needs a hold the throw here, Colin, first. Got to hammer home the advantage. Poor start for Colin. And Nick Kenny, well, he well and truly hammers home the advantage. And Osborne under pressure again. But responding again. Can he find another one? Needs another one realistically.
100.
Not enough. He knows it.
$140.
What a leg from Nick Kenny. Nick Kenny to top the group if he wins this leg.
95.
Osborne not doing enough, but Let's not be too critical of Colin Osborne. This is some leg from Nick Kenny. Here he goes again. 25, treble 15. Lucky Bert will return to eliminate Colin Osborne and book his place in the semi-finals along with Josh Payne. No finish.
57. Nick
Osborne
59.
is on the brink. Nick Kenny to finish the job and what's been a good performance from the Welshman. Double 10. He does finish the job. Colin Osborne eliminated despite a victory in the group. And it's Nick Kenny with that 4-2 win. The first match not to go all the way tonight. He tops the group. Nick Kenny and Josh Payne are through to the semi-finals. Andy Hamilton and Ciaran Teehan are other semi-finals. We're not sure what position they finish in. They're playing next to determine top spot. But congratulations, Nick Kenny. He beats Osborne 4-2, tops Group A and through to the semi-finals. we have our 4 confirmed semi-finalists. Oh, we just don't have our lineup. Nick Kenny as top Group A. The loser of this match will play Nick Kenny in the semi-final. The winner will play Josh Payne in the other semi-final. So a straight shootout here for Andy Hamilton and Ciaran Teehan for top spot. They've both had victories over Chaz Barstow. 4-3 to Ciaran and 4-3 to Andy, but level on legs, that's irrelevant. It is literally winner takes all. But both players will be fairly relaxed with this match, knowing that neither can be eliminated, and we'll move on to the semi-finals. And Andy Hamilton, credit to him, scraped in to finals night, but has taken advantage by eliminating Chaz Barstow and Ciaran Teehan, who dodged some match starts from Chaz, but finished the job. So both players will be part of the semi-finals, which come up at the conclusion of this match.
First leg is Ciaran to throw
Good
first.
performance from Nick Kenny. The first semi-final
Game on.
will be Nick Kenny against whoever loses in this match. There'll be a little break after this match, of course. Give the players just a bit of time before those semis. And then it's the winner of this match in the second semi-final against Josh Payne. Then there's a third and fourth place playoff, because the winner of that will go through to Champions Week. First and second already through, but the winner will get £2,000 prize money bonus tonight. So plenty to play for. Got 4 players. We will whittle to 3 for
16.
Champions Group. I'll run you through the names. Always mention them early on, but just give you a little through. Dan Reed, James Richardson, Paul Hogan, Mike Warburton, Robert Owen, Lee Evans, Adam Smith, Neil, Matthew Dennett and Richard North, all amongst that Champions Group. The other 3 will come from the 4 remaining players here. And that begins on Tuesday morning. We'll play through the week, and you will see it all conclude on Sporty Stuff TV next Saturday evening. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We've still got some spots
39.
available here.
$134.
Andy Hamilton really needed that first win.
95.
Underperformed last night, like I said, scraped into the Champions Group, but should have won that match more convincingly against Chaz Barstow. Had 3 darts to win the match 4-2, but got there in the end, held himself together. There was errors from Barstow on the doubles.
131. Ciaran
Hamilton
167.
was there to pounce. Ciaran just taking a step back.
91. And
The incentive for the winner of this is that you get a game off as well, just to get ready for your semi-final. And you'd have the darts in the semi-final as well.
48. Ciaran, you acquire 76.
Yeah, Hamilton frustrated there. Just tapping himself there, not happy. Tien for double 8 for the hold. Yeah, tied in the end. Hamilton will be kicking himself, but Ciaran Teehan takes the opening leg here in his quest for top spot in Group B. And there we see the replay. Tidy, really neat and tidy. And that is an opening hold to throw for Ciaran Teehan, the youngster. He's the experienced Andy Hamilton. Runner-up in the World Championship in 2012. Got him into the Premier League for a couple of years as well. He was a semi-finalist on debut. Lost out to Simon Whitlock in that semi. There was a 9-dart in there from Whitlock as well. But it was some campaign from Andy Hamilton. Over that period of 2 or 3 years, he was a tough player to beat. He's been a quarter-finalist. Quarter-final, semi-finalist in the match play, a couple of occasions. Semi-final at the Grand Prix.
140.
A runner-up at the first ever Grand Slam of darts, lost out to Phil Taylor. He's Been there, Andy Hamilton. Dropped off. He got back into the tall car positions the last couple of years. Got to the first World Championship a couple of years ago behind closed door. He's well beaten by Nico Kurz and inevitably lost his tour card, but still harbours hopes of one day returning, does the Hammer.
$59.
Not the best lead from Andy Hamilton. Treble 17 maybe, is he staying up there?
100.
Yeah, good last one from Ciaran, so he gets a shot at 161. Hamilton won't be overly alarmed, but the setup's got to be good.
$94.
Good last one from Hamilton, he did that as well. Tien, who pinched leg one on 76. Well, this would be an even bigger steal. Not going to go.
57.
Not a great setup. So Hamilton had chance in leg one to win. Didn't take it. Can he convert here? Remind our viewers, top spot is up for grabs in Group B here. Good tidy up. 88.
60.
Goes inside. So
get in your car. 104.
Ciaran for 104. Over the treble 16. It's away encouraged by Wayne Mardell. And that's the reason why. Hits the tops. You go at the top of the board, you hit a 5 or 1, the shot's gone. You go down there 7 or 8, the shot's still alive. But Tien was pretty accurate and pretty accurate on the finish. And he's 100% on the doubles, 2 from 2. Doubles his lead.
$96. $38.
Can Tien rattle through this match? Lost his first 2 games of Group C yesterday, but won the last 3 to come and top the group.
139.
But it was looking a bit precarious at the beginning of the day for Ciaran, but
$42. $96.
Tien is rattling through here. Andy Hamilton way behind in this leg. And Hamilton, if he loses this, it's a quick turnaround.
57. Get in your car.
Have a 10-minute break and then go straight into the match with Nick Kenny. Tien will play Josh Payne. Got to go for it, surely. That is our second 170 of the night. Incredible from Ciaran Teehan. We saw one in match 1. Sporting acknowledged by Andy Hamilton from Josh Payne. And now we've seen Ciaran Teehan hit one. 3-0 he leads, and he's well en route to topping Group B. Got a healthy lead over Andy Hamilton here. They're both going through, but it's looking like Tien's going to top the group and go on to face Josh Payne. Battle of the 170 hitters. And Andy Hamilton, it looks like, will face Nick Kenny. But we're not done yet. Stranger things have happened in the live league. We've seen many a time a 3-0 lead overturned, but Ciaran Teehan's played some really good stuff here. And the confidence to go for the 170 when he didn't need to, well on his way to cruising to the semi-finals.
$93. $60.
Another player we see in the online darts live league quite often, Carl Wilkinson. Gutted that Nick didn't win 4-3. He wanted the 9 dart shootout, didn't he? Just wants me to do some more work, don't you, Carl? We see Carl back in the 3rd phase in the coming weeks. But no such drama is happening here. all Ciaran Teehan so far.
59. $60.
Yeah, and Tien probably just going to write this leg off here.
43. Under your car, 112.
He's got a 3-leg lead, and he's got the darts. He's technically a double break up here. And Hamilton, who maybe should have won the first leg, and that's where it all turned in the favour of Ciaran Teehan.
80.
Well, be back for 32. Good switching. Too little too late, you feel, in terms of this leg, but the match still well and truly in the favour of Ciaran Teehan. Andy Hamilton gets off the board on the board in this final group match tonight in the Live League. 3-1 he trails, but Ciaran Teehan's got the darts to wrap up victory and set up a semi-final tie with Josh Payne. Andy Hamilton has to reel off another 3 legs to avoid finishing second in the group, but I think Hamilton would have settled for qualification
45.
tonight. The way he played yesterday, he knows he was nowhere near his best. It's been a lot better for Hammer. Scoreline, maybe a tad harsh on him here because he should have won the first leg, could have won the second, but incredible 170 in leg 3. But he's not going quietly here, Andy Hamilton. Brilliant.
180.
Back to back.
125.
He's all right. Stands up on his tiptoes on the last leg sometimes. Less dark, Ciaran. Not sure why. He's a tall lad anyway, Ciaran. But a very, very talented player. A couple of appearances at the World Championship, as I said earlier.
95.
He really introduced himself to the big stage with a convincing victory over Ross Smith on debut. And he pushed Mervyn King all the way in his second round tie. He returned the following year after getting through the qualifiers, but was beaten by Wayne Jones.
$95.
Tien eager to wrap it up here, but it's a good response from Hamilton. Sneaking it in the corner. Good. Really good. And 1 point difference, but a lot less complicated the finish of Ciaran Teehan. Hamilton will just look to leave tops here. 51 for tops.
57.
Can't leave it. So Tien.
Get in your car, 130.
Very similar to 170, except you only need a 1 treble. It's treble, single, 20, bull. You stay on the same target. Bull to cap off a fine display at 100% on doubles. He can. First start, he's missed at a double, Ciaran.
And you require 74.
Hamilton to keep this tie alive and keep the hunt for top spot alive. 32. Yeah, really good leg from Andy Hamilton. 14 dart breaker throw, and that's 2 consecutive legs. Ciaran Teehan has had a dart at bull for the match, but it's Andy Hamilton who pinches leg 5. Say pinches it. He was out in front, and Hamilton with a 14 dart break gets us back on throw. Can he complete the turnaround? A holder throw here to send us to the decider.
$100. $85. $37.
Not a great visit there from Hamilton. Started off with a 10 as well.
60.
Oh, can't sneak one in the middle. Unlucky from Ciaran. Only 1 match out of the first 5 didn't go to a deciding leg.
96. $140.
Brilliant 40 from Tien. Like to wrap it up here, save the drama of throwing in the deciding leg, and set up our semi-finals.
$98.
Decent last one from Hamilton to leave the 170. We've seen two tonight, one in this match, one in the opening match from Payne and from Ciaran. Ciaran's had a match start.
And
I'll hope to get one more here.
170.
Unless Andy Hamilton can take the 170, Ciaran Teehan will get a stab at that 116.
$94.
Good last one.
Good in your car, 100.
To leave 76, but Tien, one treble needed to get himself a chance. He may start on treble 19. Treble 17 now. No, so Hamilton to send us all the way. 76.
52.
And for yet
And
another
Uruguay,
deciding
76.
leg. Not a great setup either from Ciaran. Really off the 116. 25 ball. Yeah, all a bit scrappy from Andy.
36.
But the setup not
Good
great
in
from
your car,
Ciaran. This ain't a
64.
gimme. Double 8. He's already hit this in the opening leg. He can't
48.
hit it in this
And
leg to
Uruguay,
complete
40.
victory. And Hamilton has scrapped really well from 3 legs down. He's now got 3 for 3 all. Oh, rushing up to double 5. And can't
35.
convert.
Good in
Tien
your car, 16.
to finish the job and finish top, along with Andy Hamilton in runners-up spot, and to set up our semi-final lineup. And
He's
Tien
on the
finishes the
match.
job.
Ciaran Teehan.
Spirited fight back from Andy Hamilton, but both players advance to the semi-finals. The first semi-final coming up in about 10 minutes' time will feature tabletop from Group A, Nick Kenny against Andy Hamilton. Ciaran Teehan will take on Josh Payne in semi-final 2, but highlight to the match there, the 170 from Ciaran Teehan, but we have our semi-final lineup. Ciaran Teehan beats Hamilton 4 legs to 2. Semi-final action about to get underway. Top of Group A, Nick Kenny taking on runner-up of Group B, Andy Hamilton. The second semi-final coming up at the conclusion. This match features Josh Payne against Ciaran Teehan. Both hit 170 finishes tonight. But this one promises to be a close one. Nick Kenny, who beat Andy Hamilton last night in Group B. But it's been a much improved Andy Hamilton. But to be fair, much improved Nick Kenny tonight. Playing some real good darts. He got through on legs in the end, top of the group, courtesy of a 4-2 victory over Colin Osborne. He went top of the group by one leg. But Nick Kenny, who stuttered last night himself, both players made heavy weather of getting through last night, but got to this stage. And Andy Hamilton, quick turnaround, puts disappointment of losing to Ciaran Teehan behind him and hopes to book himself a place in the final. And it would be booking him a spot in Champions Week. Remember, the winner of this will go to the final and play for the £2,000 bonus, but would confirm a spot in Champions Week.
First.
And it's Nick Kenny, courtesy of finishing top of Group A, who has the darts. It'd be Ciaran Teehan, who has the darts in semi-final 2.
$100.
Positive start from Nick Kenny. Did really well against Colin Osborne. His last leg was really good. There was a 180 or 140. Pulled himself away in the leg. He was on 59 after 9 darts thrown. It just left Colin Osborne too much to do. Him and Chaz Barstow, the two players that have been eliminated tonight.
$54.
Which one of these will go through to the final? Josh Payne, who in phase 1 won week 1.
100.
He beat Chaz Barstow in the final. Didn't make it to the final in the Champions Week. Lost out in a 3rd and 4th place playoff in the end to Robert Owen. But bright start for Kenny here.
$133.
But better from Hamilton. The winner guaranteed a place in Champions Group. The loser of this match will rely on a 3rd and 4th place playoff.
85.
With the loser of our second semi-final.
$81. Nick, your car, $122.
Nick Kenny to start with a holder throw.
$54.
Can't leave the 32. Stayed on the 54 to try and leave the 32. Couldn't pick it off.
$99.
And there's pressure now on Nick Kenny in his opening leg. Andy Hamilton leaving a single for double combination. Good switch from Kenny. 32. Over to double A. Yeah, good holder throw from Nick Kenny. There was pressure on that 68, but he strikes first in this semi-final. Andy Hamilton waiting on 58, but it's Kenny who's up and running in this opening semi. Hoping to repeat victory over Andy Hamilton for the second consecutive night and take his place in tonight's final. It's the best we've seen, really, of Nick Kenny tonight. I think he's looked as solid as I've seen him over the 3 days, but you can make the same argument for Andy Hamilton. Edgy last night. But better tonight.
66. $100.
Hamilton pulling himself away here. And if the night is anything to go by, we expect close semi-finals. Said 4 of the 6 group matches go into a last leg decider.
99. $75.
Nick Kenny, well,
100.
behind in
Andy
this leg.
O'Connell, 146.
Well, that turn just gives him an outside chance if the setup plays poor from Hamilton here, because a turn 40 from Nick Kenny on his next visit. But Hamilton, you'd expect to close out from here, but that's what I mentioned. Yeah,
46.
poor setup play. Leaves 100, a 140 from Kenny. From a leg he's never looked really in. And he'd expect the 140 with that first start. Just under the bottom wire. Yeah, be disappointed with that.
Andy O'Connell,
Perfect
100.
first start for Nick Kenny. To expect minimum 140, can't convert. So Hamilton will feel a little more relaxed on the 100.
$52. Nick O'Connell, 136.
We'll try and force one through.
100.
That was brilliant last start.
Andy O'Connell, 48.
So, again, bit of pressure. Similar to the first leg, really. But Nick Kenny had the answers. Has Hamilton got the answer here? 16 for the double. Double 8 now. Nick Kenny just looking down at his table. But we'll hear the game shot from Paul Hinks and hear that the scoreline is now one leg apiece. So both players were under a little bit of pressure on their throw, but held themselves together. And it's tight in the semi-finals as expected. 2 legs in, 2 holds. Advantage with Kenny, because he's got the darts, but
100.
Starting with a 10. Reminder, Josh Payne, Ciaran Teehan follows the conclusion of this semi-final. Both hit a 170 tonight as well. Will be a real tight game, that one.
58.
Not a great deal between the two tonight.
$96.
Josh Payne beat Ciaran Teehan on Tuesday in day 1 of Group A.
$83.
And in Group on Wednesday as well. Only dropped a leg, Josh Payne. It was one of his standout performances, the 4-0 win on Wednesday against Ciaran, around a 95.5 average. We've seen Josh have 111 average this week against Alan Tabbin. He's had a 2 times win on the Pro Tour, Josh Payne. He's got the pedigree.
112.
Kenny pulls himself away in this leg.
125.
May go for the ball. I'm going to think. Or Treble Knight Angel 15.
65.
I don't mind that shot. 20 for tops, and Andy Hamilton's got to go, so just to leave a shot off here. Well, a real gettable out, but that helps his cause. Well, that certainly does. All of a sudden,
180. Nick, you require 60.
You felt he needed a minimum turn 40. Well, he got the turn 80. But Kenny first to a double. And gets the double 10. Andy Hamilton was lurking on 68, but it's Nick Kenny who moves back in front 2-1. And every leg has been very similar. Players chipping out when their opponent is waiting in the wings. It's a tight affair. Who will blink first? Andy Hamilton, remember, he has to find a break if he's going to get to the final. Nick Kenny knows he's 2 holes to throw away from a place in that final.
99. 60.
Decent
137.
Decent switcher from Andy Hamilton. Both players looking fairly solid on throw here.
$140.
Nick Kenny just trying to hang in there. If he can find a break here, would be in a great position. Hamilton seeming to have the answers at the minute. We saw Lisa Ashton switching with great effect last night. It was all too little too late for Lisa, but positive towards the end. She played some good stuff. Rather unfortunate to leave with only 2 points, but
100.
And Hamilton
and you look on
1-3-2. Doesn't need to go for it. He'll start on the treble 20s, I'm sure. Andy Hamilton, who rallied from 3 legs down to almost force the side into Ciaran Teehan, couldn't quite get there.
92.
But that's just sensible play. We've seen Andy Hamilton with some incredible comebacks in the PDC, notably in Simon Whitlock in the match, but I think he was 15-8 down and won the match 17-15. It was just incredible.
58. And you require 40.
For 2 apiece. That is 2 apiece.
Andy Hamilton.
Very comfortable on throw for the both players. Nick Kenny, remember, doesn't need to find a break. Andy Hamilton will have at some point need to break throw. Nick Kenny 2 holds a throw from the semi-final. Hamilton, is he going to make his move in this leg? Running out of time, but he's playing steady stuff here, Andy Hamilton.
100. $121.
Andy Hamilton asking questions at the beginning of a leg. 2 treble visit. Be disappointed that it was accompanied by a 1, but just to give Nick Kenny for the first time something to think about at the beginning of the leg, but credit to Nick Kenny with the pick off there.
$100.
Hamilton, who didn't go to Hildesheim last week, did play the Challenge Tour in January in Milton Keynes with a run to the last 32. He lost out to Simon Stevenson. But other than
92.
That, not a great deal to report for Hamilton. Did not go to plan at Q School. Couple of defeats, Nathan Rafferty, Keelan Kay. And a real heavy defeat to Chris Quantock, but
134.
A few steady wins on the Challenge Tour, but electing not to play last week. Maybe just going to concentrate on other things this year. Concentrate on the online Darts Live League, Andy. Plenty of prize money at stake.
134.
Plenty of darts to be thrown as well.
146.
But that is a good visit and a much needed visit from Nick Kenny. It may take something like this to get the break for Andy Hamilton. Got to stay there. He should have stayed. Perfect first start for Andy Hamilton.
114.
But does
82.
put pressure on the 82. The set play was good after. Kenny needs another one of them for ball. Brilliant. Brilliant from Nick Kenny. He likes the double 17 as well. Well, he's apologising, but it was a genuine tactic. Nick Kenny. You don't often see that shot, but it was a gutsy shot. And Andy Hamilton was waiting for a much-needed break, but Nick Kenny makes it 5 holds of throw in succession.
$140. $100. 100.
Steady turn from Hamilton. We'll hope there's deciding leg nerves if we get there on Nick Kenny. He hasn't showed a lot of nerves tonight, Nick Kenny. I've been impressed with him.
100.
Playing some of the darts that seen him get through a couple of qualifiers of the World Championship. Got a victory on the big stage as well at Ali Pali against Dirk Telnikis. Was well beaten by Roby John this year.
180.
He's been well beaten in his leg here, but he has the aces of having the darts in the deciding leg.
$100, and you require 81.
Andy Hamilton being afforded just
49.
to set up the shot. And we are 32 points away from a deciding leg. For the 5th time in 7 matches tonight.
55, and you require 32.
So Hamilton to send us all the way on a 6th consecutive holder throw.
$24, Nick, you require 146.
Well, if he hits the treble 20, I think he'll stay there. Andy Hamilton elected not to in the previous leg. He'll stay there, surely. Double 13 to finish the job. Nick Kenny has had a match start. He's unlucky.
And you require 8.
But it was the right tactic, the right approach, just couldn't hit the double 13. And it's Hamilton who levels up when he deserves the last leg, Andy Hamilton, but he has to find a breaker throw. 6 legs played, 6 holes a throw. Nick Kenny is throwing for a place in the final. It would condemn Andy Hamilton to the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Still wouldn't rule out his chances in this leg. But Kenny making a bright start. Making the perfect start. It's his to lose.
$57.
Yeah, not enough for Andy. Never easy when your opponent goes off 180 and you're against the darts. Go on, Nick. No, but the situation he's in now, he'd be comfortable with. He'll take this. Healthy lead over Andy Hamilton. And Nick Kenny is 221 points from booking his spot in Champions Week. He'd like to go there as champion of Week 4. We'll have to finish the job here 96. And win one more game.
$93.
Good pick off, doing enough. The 180 at the start, and he's got 6 at 128 minimum. Cruising to the final, Nick Kenny.
$96.
Can only find one treble, and Nick Kenny will just lay up the shot. Well, ideally take it out, but there'll be no 18 ball coming into play. Stay there. And take your pick, 8, 16,
96.
16, and he will return for 32 to wrap up this first semi-final. Hamilton, another treble.
100.
Can't find one.
32.
So Nick Kenny to confirm our first finalist here. Going the wrong way.
No score.
No, so we're
and
not done yet.
152.
Hamilton with an outside chance. going to come back, Nick Kenny. But this time he's going to be under more pressure. Yeah, I know plenty of it.
Nick requires 32.
Finish the job, Nick Kenny, 32. Missed 3 for the match already. Make that 4.
Game shot
5th time of asking. Nick Kenny confirms his place in the final. Sportingly acknowledged by Andy Hamilton. And there we see it was a good performance from Andy. He played well, just couldn't find that breaker throw. And Nick Kenny had too much. Put in a really classy last leg, Nick Kenny. And he is through to the final. He's booked his place in Champions Week. Will he go through of Champion of Week 4? Who knows? But it's the second semi-final coming up next. It's Ciaran Teehan taking on Josh Payne. our first finalist. Nick Kenny defeats Andy Hamilton in a thriller. Went to the deciding leg, but Nick Kenny just had too much. 4-3 edges out the hammer. But who will be joining him? Josh Payne or Ciaran Teehan? They clashed a couple of times this week, and Josh Payne has had the better. But Josh Payne, a real mixed bag tonight. Played some good stuff in his first match. He played well actually in his second match. Just a bit unlucky. Ciaran Teehan solid, if not spectacular, but experience of Josh Payne, you'd have to say make him favourite here, but he is against the darts, courtesy of being runner-up in Group A. Tien top the tables, he will throw first.
First leg is Ciaran to throw first.
And there's confirmation. Tien to get us underway. Josh Payne, who was involved in a thriller to open up the evening against Nick Kenny.
120.
Good start for Ciaran, despite that dart dropping on the floor. Both hit a 170 finish tonight. Big finish from Josh Payne, the 120 against Nick Kenny. And had he not taken that, it may have been him being eliminated instead of Colin Osborne. But Payne
60.
In the mix. Winner to play Nick Kenny, as I said. Loser will play Andy Hamilton in a third and fourth place playoff. The winner of that will go to Champions Group, along with 2 finalists.
$96. 59.
And Ciaran Teehan at the leg pretty well here. Good last one from Josh. Like I said, Josh Payne had a couple of victories over Ciaran Teehan on Tuesday and Wednesday. 4-0 and 4-1. Josh Payne, like I said, won Group
60.
A. He sat tight for a couple of days, returned tonight, while Ciaran Teehan had to navigate his way through Group C to find his way here.
140.
And Payne working his way back into the leg here. Another one of them for double seven. Double seven for a 1-2-2 for leg one.
115.
Now then, Josh Payne, who's had a few ton-plus finishes tonight, he'll fancy this. Treble 18 maybe. No, I can't quite find it. Bit disappointed, Josh. Players of his level, they expect to go at a double on these combinations. Doesn't find it, but this could get messy for Ciaran. Double two. Up to double one. And it got a bit nervy. And Josh Payne for a breaker throw in the opening leg. Tops. Just steady himself. And Josh Payne does break in the opening leg. Ciaran Teehan couldn't get rid of the 7, and Josh Payne strikes first. We didn't get a single break in the first semi-final. We've got one already here, and it's Josh Payne who has the advantage. Josh Payne, remember, 2-time Pro Tour winner.
140.
Takes some doing in itself. Played at World Match Play. Played the World Grand Prix, been in the Grand Slam. Got through his group as well. He lost out to Peter Wright in the last 16. A few appearances at the World Championships. Had a rotten bit of luck, like I said, at the 2021 World Championships, a positive COVID test. And it was a favourable draw for Josh as well. You'd have fancied him to get by Cameron Carlissian. And then from there, that prize money.
100.
He would have got 15 grand if he'd won his first game. And ultimately, that led to him losing his tour card. But like I said, I don't think we're done seeing Josh Payne on the professional tour. But in the meantime,
55.
We're glad to have him here, along with Ciaran Teehan.
$91.
A good last one. He's switching well tonight, Josh. And look what he's left. $170.
60. Joshua Carr, 170.
Yeah, not going to happen, but he'd just be eager. Again, he's picking off trebles really well tonight, Josh Payne. Just rescuing shots, and that hurts your opponent. You think you're getting a look to come back into the leg, but Josh Payne just pulls himself away.
134.
Tien leaves a finish, but Payne going to gamble? Will he go? Yeah, he's going bullseye now.
65.
Hit it, and again, this
Get
is
in your
this
car,
is in,
156.
still in the balance. Even if Tien doesn't take the 156, we've seen how difficult it is to split finishes. Ciaran earlier on, granted 3 for double 2, is not a favourable side of the ball. Josh Payne can leave a
100. Joshua
more
Clark,
favourable
25.
double. In likelihood 9 for double 8. 17 for double 4. Of course it is. He did it earlier on. Pay attention, Webby. Well, Josh Payne clinical on the double and double his lead. Payne is 2 legs away from a place in Champions Week next week, but more importantly, a place in the final to play for £2,000. And we could start the night and finish the night with the same matchup. Josh Payne wins this. He will play Nick Kenny. That's how it all started tonight, and that's how we could finish up. But still work to do here, Josh.
$140.
But don't write Ciaran off yet. Being resilient throughout the week to find his way to tonight.
96.
But Josh Payne senses that he can get this done in double quick time.
140. 137.
Decent switch. Another one of them.
81.
Yeah, he's not happy there, Josh, but be a bit hard on himself. 9 darts throw 140, but Tien needs to hang on in there. He goes down a double break. He's as good as done in this semi-final.
60.
And he can't find
140.
a treble 20. Payne. Another one of them for double 10. 77 remains. Treble 19. Wow, that's
66.
a bit messy from Josh.
Get in your car, 126.
Maybe overcommitted on the 140. Ciaran needs the treble for the bull. Can't find it, so Josh Payne will get a crack at 74, but this should be a lot easier for Josh
62.
Payne.
Joshua Clark, 74.
But rescues the situation for 3-0. It is 3-0. Josh Payne is cruising to the final. 3-0, tidied up that 74 because he made a bit of a mess of the previous visit, but it's Josh Payne on the brink of a repeat matchup with Nick Kenny. And Ciaran Teehan looks like being condemned to a 3rd and 4th place player with Andy Hamilton. He's already beaten Andy tonight. He may have to do it again to take a spot in Champions Week. He'll keep fighting Ciaran, but it's a big ask to come from a couple of breaks down in Josh Payne, but that won't do him any harm. Good start to the leg.
$125.
Josh Payne forcing that last start through. Flyer from Ciaran.
54. $60. $140.
Ciaran looking to add another big visit in this leg. But they've got a chance to get a leg on the board here. It's not over yet.
140.
Josh Payne on 118, but Ciaran 127. To claw one of the breaks back. 17 or a treble. Double 8. Unlucky. Great effort, but it may be his last starts in this semi-final because Josh Payne will fancy the 118. Well, not anymore. Had a shocker there, Josh. But still in a good position, Josh Payne.
16.
Ciaran keep this match alive. He
No
can.
score. Josh, you require
And
40.
Josh, for a clean sweep of semi-final 2 and a place in the final, is Nick Kenny. Tops to finish the job. They were edgy darts from Josh Payne.
16.
The second one at the first one at double 10. Almost landed on his doorstep. But you'd be pretty harsh to say Ciaran Teehan deserves to get beat 4-0 here. And he's not going to get beat 4-0. There's a break back. Josh Payne had chances to win the match in that leg. Didn't get over the line. He's still in a great position. Still has that breaker throw for insurance. But Ciaran Teehan is on the board in this semi-final.
$85. $59. $60.
Tien needs a whole throw here. Be disappointed after breaking Josh if he just surrenders his darts here. Josh Payne's just got to keep focused.
96.
Always hard being still on the hockey when you know the game should be done and dusted.
$42.
Poor darts from Ciaran. Can Josh pull away and finish the job in this leg? Tien's only leg was a breaker. He hasn't managed to hold his darts in this leg, in this match, I should say.
100. $96.
Got a bit scrappy in this fifth leg. Tien, who led 3-0 in his final group games. Andy Hamilton was pegged back to 3-2, but had too much.
59.
And you'd still expect Josh Payne to have too much here. But the longer the tie goes on, he'll get a little bit edgy.
$100.
Yeah, good adjustment from Josh.
100. Good in your car, 118.
Tien for a second consecutive leg to prolong this second semi-final. Can't find the trebles with Josh Payne. Should get it out of the ball minimum here to complete the job. More opportunities for Josh Payne. And it is going to be 20 or treble. Bullseye. Well,
47.
Will he get away with that? He's hit a 10 till he 40, but Tien 24 tops for a second consecutive leg. And a first holder throw in the match. Double 10. Gets it. We go on. Josh Payne has had 4 darts for the match. But now he has the darts in this 6th leg. So all of a sudden there's pressure on Josh. He's been cruising in this semi-final, but just needs to find one more composed leg to take his place in the final. I keep going on, but he has been switching really well tonight, Josh, and he's done it again there. And it just dashes the hopes of opponent when you see the first dart land above the treble and you switch with a couple of trebles. And that is well and truly advances Josh Payne now. Even more so, composed himself well here. He's had a little bit of a wobble from 3-0.
100. $137.
Well, Ciaran Teehan just staying in touch. He needed that 2 treble visit. Treble 19, surely a destination for Josh. 97. And again, switching really well. 170 points away from a place in the final.
140. Josh
Credit to
O'Connor,
Ciaran, but there's 6
170.
darts available for Josh at the 170. How's your set of play? Ball or a treble 18?
98.
He'll be back at 72. A straight ton, though, for Ciaran. Will pressure the shot. Make up a 25 to get rid of the 2. No stays down there.
Josh O'Connor, 72.
Still edgy stuff, Josh. 24. He's had 4 match darts. And it's 5th time lucky for Josh Payne. He gets there in the end. And it's a repeat of the opening match of the night to take on Nick Kenny in the final. There's the story of the match. So missed doubles in the end from Josh, but he got out in front. And Ciaran Teehan, spirited comeback, but couldn't complete the turnaround. Josh Payne and Nick Kenny's our final. Coming up in about 10 minutes' time is the 3rd and 4th place playoff featuring Ciaran Teehan and Andy Hamilton. meeting of the evening coming up between Ciaran Teehan and Andy Hamilton. There'll also be a second meeting between Josh Payne and Nick Kenny. They are our finalists, and that will be at the conclusion of this one. But this is a third and fourth place playoff game, and never player's favourite game, this one, in any sport. But this one is vital, because the winner will take a place in next week's Champions Week. The loser, unfortunately, will miss out. Ciaran Teehan won the group game earlier 4-2. Hamilton looking to gain a bit of revenge and book a space in Champions Week. Kenny and Josh Payne are already there. They'll be playing for the prize of £2,000 for winning your week.
First leg is Ciaran
will join.
First.
Three of these four will join Dan Reed,
Come
James
on.
Richardson, Paul Hogan, Mike Warburton, Robert Owen, Lee Evans, Adam Smith, Neil, Matthew Denon and Richard North in the Champions Week next
81.
week. Jim McEwen won phase one. Who will join him in winning phase two? Move into phase three in a few weeks.
100.
Can Ciaran Teehan make the advantage of throwing first count
140.
and move on to Champions Week? Hamilton's had to dig in deep. He's been far from his best, but experience, resilient Andy Hamilton
58.
has helped him find a way to get to the semi-finals.
$96.
These two have played once on the professional circuit, and it was a real good game as well. Ciaran Teehan won 6-3. And a Players' Championship in Milton Keynes in 2021. Part of that summer series.
140.
Oh, spring series. What do you call March these days? Spring we'll go with. Brilliant set-up play from
168.
Ciaran Teehan to leave double A, and a potential 13 dart holder throw in this playoff. Hamilton just looking to apply some pressure. But Andy Hamilton, similar to the semi-final, will at some point need to find a breaker throw.
137.
All 7 legs
Here
went
we go,
with throw in the
16.
semi-final, and if it repeats itself here, Andy Hamilton will miss out on next week's Champions
Being
group.
shot on the first leg. Ciaran Teehan.
It is a holder throw for Ciaran Teehan. What does Paul Hinks call him there? Ciaran Teehan. But call him what you want. It's 1-0 to Ciaran. Impressive
Looks like
holder
Andy to
throw
first.
in that first leg. And Andy Hamilton knows all too well how easy a game can just go all on throw.
$44. $100. $100.
You see that? I commented on that yesterday, Andy Hamilton. He's got the real methodical drawback, but sometimes he just lets the third one go, and it's quite effective at times. We've seen it there. Find the treble 20.
40. $58.
What can Ciaran produce?
40.
Not a great deal. And it's Hamilton who has the slender lead. Has to find a break, though. I keep saying that, but just to emphasise how important a breaker throw would be.
83. 96.
Can Tien pinch a breaker throw here? Hamilton, like I said, was involved in drama last night to get through Group B and
60.
book his place here. Relied on Chaz Barstow to get him through and then eliminated Chaz tonight.
134.
It's gratitude for you, isn't it, Chaz?
156. $140. Getting you
Good set from Hamilton. Can Ciaran take the 91 for an early break? May go for a double. No, doesn't go and can't force an opportunity.
51. And you require 16.
Hamilton for all square. It is all square, one apiece.
Andy Hamilton.
Hold a throw in the opening couple of legs. Ciaran Teehan had a little stab at the 91. Couldn't have a stab at the double though when it's Andy Hamilton. Was very convincing on that double A to peg back at one leg apiece. So this is the penultimate match of tonight's finals night. Before we shift to the final, Nick Kenny and Josh Payne are waiting.
57. $81.
Decent last one from Andy Hamilton. It's a lot closer than the group game. Although Andy Hamilton pegged it back, Ciaran Teehan raced into a 3-leg lead. There was a 170 finish in that match as well. But there's chance
60.
to make inroads, I should say, early in the leg here. And Hamilton knows, I know it's only early in the leg, but Ciaran was 6 darts throw, not out the 400. That represents a chance. And by not firing in a couple of trebles edge, let Ciaran off the hook a little bit.
$62. $99.
This, a poor leg from both. Andy Hamilton missed a bit of a trick here. Still may get chances, but this is better. Realistically, needs to find another one. Well, has to find another one to Viva finish. Good last one from Andy. 12 darts thrown, and he's first to a finish. Tien's coming down the board here.
$99. And you require 158.
Can he find a treble? Brilliant.
100.
Great last start from Andy Hamilton and Ciaran Teehan.
108.
It's been a real poor leg, but can rescue it with a 108. Treble 19 single for the double 16. There's the easy part. There's the hard part.
92.
And he can't quite find the double 16 to finish off what would have been a great shot. So Hamilton craved a chance to break in the semi, never got a chance. Big chance in coming here. Yeah, gets it. Big dart from Andy Hamilton. Deserved to break there. It was a scrappy leg. Ciaran Teehan underperformed and gave Andy Hamilton the chance to break. He didn't get any sort of chance in the semi-final against Nick Kenny, but he gets one here. and leads in this third and fourth place playoff. Hamilton looking to take his place in next week's Champions Group.
42.
When you break through, you really want to hammer home the advance and start well with the next leg.
$134. 98.
Better from Hamilton, but Tien with that 2 treble visit. Back in that red bit now. He couldn't find anything in the previous leg. And he let Andy Hamilton break with relative ease, but forcing the issue now, Ciaran.
$57.
Good leg from Tien. 87 after 9 darts thrown. Hamilton will leave a finish. But it's a biggie. So Tien to level us up at 2 legs apiece. 87 points. Treble 17. 20 for the bullseye. Bullseye for 2 all.
62.
Doesn't pick the bullseye off. So Hamilton
64.
With an outside chance. A couple of treble 19s is normally the port call. Can't hold up the bargain on the first part of the equation, and it's Hamilton
98.
Hoping for errors for Ciaran. Now then, that's a careless dart. Only going to get 1. Only needs 1. Good rescue situation from Ciaran Teehan, and he breaks straight back to level the match at 2 apiece. And it was a good leg from Ciaran. Left 80 plus after 9 darts, and tidies up the leg. 2 legs all, and looking to hold through a couple more times and qualify for next week's Champions Group. Making a good start to this 5th leg.
$100. $140.
Tien won the group game 4-2, as I said earlier, looking for a peak scoreline.
125.
Needed that 2 treble visit Hamilton just to get back in touch with the 22-year-old.
100.
Getting a bit patchy from Hamilton. Yeah, you can see he's not happy. He's found trebles, but they're being accompanied by a 5 or a 1, and it's not enough to leave him a finish, and it's allowing Ciaran Teehan time on the 138. Going for a couple of treble 19s, just like Peter Jakes did yesterday.
98.
We've seen a 138 taken from Nick Kenny earlier on this evening. And he pinned double 9. And Hamilton probably knows his race is run in this leg. Certainly not in the match, though. It's just one of those ties that you don't feel either player is just going to run away with a leg or run away with a match from here.
Game
that
shot on the
is
fifth leg. Ciaran Teehan.
a 15-dart leg, and that puts Ciaran Teehan one leg away from victory in this third and fourth place playoff. Andy Hamilton, again, needed a break. He found one, but got broke written back. He needs a hold here, then a break. Otherwise, he will be eliminated along with Chaz Barstow and Colin Osborne, and it will confirm the 3 qualifiers of Ciaran Teehan, Josh Payne and Nick Kenny in order to be decided which one will go through as champion. That's the final that follows the conclusion of this match.
97. $57. $140.
Decent from Hamilton. Looking to send us all the way.
$96.
Match number 9, this is. We've had 5 go to a deciding leg. The first 4 group matches, and then the semi-final between Andy Hamilton and Nick Kenny. Find another one, and Andy Hamilton should tee up from here and send us to yet another deciding leg. Getting into the early hours now, and these guys got to keep focused.
42.
Yeah, that's a slip. A 140 will really put some pressure on. Andy Hamilton will be pleased to see that dart drift into the
85.
5. That leaves a finish. Good last start from Ciaran Teehan. It's a big ask. 139. Dom Taylor chipped this yesterday to complete victory over Alan Tabbin. He went that way, 57-42 tops. Hamilton's making a mess of this.
39.
Yeah. Rounds it off, but Tien for victory. It's not going to go on this visit, but can he set something up? Oh, it's scrappy. It's really scrappy.
And the Urucar 100.
Both players feeling it here. Tops Hamilton for 3 apiece. And that's a great finish from Andy, because he's starting to unravel slightly in that leg, but recomposed on the 100 finish and sends us to a deciding leg. The winner of this leg goes to Champions Group. It's all come down to this. It's Ciaran Teehan who's got the advantage of throwing first. Needs to make it count to book his place. Or will Andy Hamilton find a way to break the Ciaran Teehan darts again? He has to, if he wants to take his place in Champions Group next
57.
week. And as an opener already, no trebles in the first visit for Ciaran.
$99.
One big treble for Andy Hamilton.
$60.
Here we go. Here's Andy Hamilton.
125.
Happens too often, and I think that's something that Andy knows, because you can tell by his reaction. Still a good visit, but could have been so much better. But has got the darts here, Andy Hamilton.
58.
And Ciaran Teehan, I think, may be starting to get that sinking feeling. As Hamilton, you take one treble here. Well, not now. He wants a couple, doesn't he? It's greed. and gets 2 trebles. Time in from Andy Hamilton. He's on a finish. Best case scenario, Ciaran Teehan's leaving 146 here. So Hamilton, in all likelihood, may have 6 at 143.
120.
And that doesn't help his
and
cause.
143.
143, Hamilton. 6 if you need him. Treble 17 to finish in style. Treble 10 maybe, a treble 14. He'll be
87.
back for 56 to take his place in Champions Group. And to think this time last night, Andy Hamilton was on the brink of being eliminated.
134.
But Ciaran Teehan
56.
brings himself down to a 2 dart. It's nervy stuff, but Hamilton is first to the finish. Staring down the tops. Can he finish the job? Double 10. Does finish the job. Big victory for Andy Hamilton. He wins the 3rd and 4th place playoff and eliminates Ciaran Teehan. Andy Hamilton goes through to Champions Group next week, finds that important breaker throw into the deciding leg, and he takes his place. And a roller coaster 24 hours for Andy Hamilton, but it culminates in a place in Champions Group next week. And from there now we move to our final. It's a repeat of the opening match of the evening. It's Josh Payne taking on Nick Kenny in a few moments' time. Final match of the evening, and what a final in prospect. It was the opening match of the evening, Josh Payne and Nick Kenny, and it was a thriller. Finished on a 120 out by Josh Payne. Well, they've been the best two players tonight, and they find themselves in the final match of the evening and looking to pick up that £2,000 bonus. Both will be in Champions Week next week, along with Andy Hamilton. Congratulations to Andy, who won the third and fourth place player. But it's about these two now and who can win week 4 and go through into Champions Week as champion. There's 9 players already there, well 10. Oh, it's 12 now, isn't it? These are confirmed. But yeah, Dan Reed, James Richardson, Paul Hogan, Mike Warburton, Robert Owen, Lee Evans, Adam Smith, Neil Matthew Dennett, Richard North, Nick Kenny, Josh Payne and Andy Hamilton will be the lineup for next week. But who goes in what group? The winner will go into Group 2, into Group 1 on Tuesday. From there, it's best runners up. But it's all about that £2,000 bonus now. Who will pick up tonight's first prize? And Josh Payne,
140.
a statement of intent. Nick Kenny had a match start in their group phase, couldn't finish off. And there was a 170 in there for Josh Payne as well. It was a really good way to start the
45.
night. And hopefully they'll treat us at the end of the night. Josh Payne, I'd say he's been the best player, but there's not a great deal in the average. 0.3 between the pair and their tournament averages tonight, so it's a fitting final.
60.
Nick Kenny went all the way to the decider in his semi-finalist Andy Hamilton. Josh Payne had no such drama. He won his 4-2, but there was a mini comeback from Ciaran Teehan. But Josh Payne rattling through this first leg in a bid to
100. Joshua Carr, 140.
Win the weekly phase again. He won week 1 in phase 1. He beat Chaz Barstow in the final on that occasion. 140. What a way to start. 12-dart holder throw from Josh Payne. And not quite the 170 we saw in the opening match of the night, but that's a really tidy finish and a tidy way to start the leg for Josh. He's keen to get the job done. Brilliant start to the match from Josh. Had 111 average this week. Nick Kenny will have to be at his best. He almost pipped Josh Payne in the opening match of the night. Payne starting really positive. He's been good tonight, 100. Josh, at finding trebles when he's blocked the target. On that occasion, he went over the top, but he's been switching really well, picking off 19s, 18s, 17s.
98.
I think it's a strong part of Josh's game. 2-time Pro Tour winner.
$180.
Oh, he's certainly in the mood, Josh Payne. He's beat me a couple of times as well. Fair play. It doesn't take some doing. But Josh is in the mood to get this
80.
done quickly. His other half, Sally, watching at home. Well, she should be. She'll be up late, mind. And we'll be enjoying what
100.
she's seeing here. But Nick Kenny will not go quietly. You're not sure what angle to go in here. See that unique style of Nick Kenny. Is it?
Joshua Carr, 120.
Stretching the arm out, shakes it off, but it's a good leg from Kenny as well. But Josh Payne, I was going to say the potential for back-to-back 12s, but he can't take out the 1-2-1. 35, 86. Yeah,
53.
Won't be thrilled with that setup.
124.
So Kenny for 1-2-4. We've seen Kenny take a 1-3-8 tonight. That's a poor start. Ends the hope of a 1-2-4 on this visit.
88.
Does leave
Joshua
36.
68.
Josh Payne for 2-0. 2 at double 4. Nick Kenny can't look. And
He's
Josh
on the
Payne
second leg,
follows
Josh
up the
Payne.
12 dart hold with a 15 dart break, and he is in complete control of this final, Josh. Real clinical stuff from Josh Payne, a bright start. Nick Kenny's playing
Third leg,
well
Josh
too,
to
but
throw first. Game
Josh
on.
Payne has come up the blocks really well here. Keen to rattle through this final. Go through to Champions Week as champion with an extra £2,000 in his pocket as
57.
well. I know Sally looks after the finances. Josh will probably get
57.
200 quid of it, but still, at least he's won. But he's halfway there. That's what I mean. That's what he's been good at. That first dart blocks the target, and whether he's gone over the top of it or switched down the board, he's found a way to find a big score, Josh Payne. And Nick Kenny.
135.
Again, no, coming back. I've been impressed with Nick tonight. I don't think he was at it last night. He admitted that himself. Just went through the motions, probably knew that the job was pretty much done, but he's really had his eye in tonight, played some good stuff, and regardless if he does lose his final, he'll be a threat next week.
54.
Two other Welshmen in the draw, Michael Warburton and Robert Owen.
$94.
Yeah, just backs up my point. That last dart from Josh just finds a treble. And 128 points from a three-leg lead.
$39. Joshua Carr 128.
Sure how many finals have finished in a whitewash? 4-0. I can remember one. I was on the receiving end. James Richardson beat me, and he's in Champions Week.
88.
He's a 9-dart hero of the Online Darts League.
$60. Joshua Carr 40. Being shot on the
Josh
third leg.
Payne.
Josh Payne.
This is impressive, and that is a three-leg lead. Josh Payne is on the brink of winning yet another weekly phase. He won week 1 in phase 1. Is he about to win week 4 in phase 2 and go through to Champions Group? Only needs one more leg to wrap up what will be a really convincing display. But he'll be made to work for it. Nick Kenny won't give in.
140. $97. $140.
Back-to-back 140s for Nick Kenny. Deserves a leg. Be harsh on him if he was to be whitewashed in his final. He's contributed to a great night's action here
55.
at the Live League.
$120. $100. Nick Car 101.
So for a leg in this final for Nick Kenny. Treble 20 for double 18. Treble 19 maybe.
39.
Josh Payne, who hasn't done a great deal wrong in this final, but
$97. Nick Car 62.
good last one.
30.
Can't
Joshua
find
Car 152.
the first leg of the match. Payne. Well, what a way to finish this would be. What a way. Nick Kenny shaking his head.
136.
And Payne has had a match
Nick
start.
Car
What an
52.
effort. He's already hit Nick Kenny with a 170 tonight. Can he keep this final going? He does.
Fourth leg. Nick
Good
Kenny.
last start from Nick Kenny. Deserved a leg, gets a leg. He's dodged the match start. He's still got plenty of work to do. He needs a couple of breaks, but there's one holder throw just to give him a foothold in his final. But it's over to you, Josh Payne. You've got the darts to throw out this final and making a great start. Yeah, Nick Kenny, I think it's shaking his head, not in a sort of respect way to how well Josh Payne's played. I think he's just thinking, I'm looking up every time and you're pinning treble 20s. It's an impressive display
84.
from Payne. Looking to cap it off.
$81. 59. 56.
Josh Payne just stuttered a little bit, but the average up at around 103 for Josh
94.
Payne. It's been an impressive display.
$60.
Edging closer. Yeah, Nick Kenny. Not after that first start. And
81.
cannot leave a finish. Josh Payne.
Joshua
Time with a 1-2-4. And time to finish the job.
58.
I thought he may have just stayed on the treble after the first start. He's made heavy weather of this, Josh Payne, after a great start to the leg. Started with a max.
100. Joshua 66.
He's let Kenny back into the leg. Can he finish the job? And he's not going to get a match start here. This has got really messy from Josh
26.
Payne.
Nick require 83.
16. Osborne hit this against Josh earlier.
58.
Kenny can't repeat.
Joshua
So Josh Payne to seal victory. He started the night with a victory over Nick Kenny and has ended the night with a victory over Nick Kenny and a comprehensive victory, and both players will advance to Champions Week along with Andy Hamilton. Congratulations, Josh Payne. He is tonight's champion. He picks up the winner's cheque of £2,000. There we see a great average from Josh, and if it wasn't for that pretty ropey last leg, it was up by 100. But Josh Payne convincing. He is the champion. Congratulations to Nick Kenny and to Andy Hamilton. They complete the lineup in Champions Week. And we will be back on Tuesday morning. And Josh Payne will be there on Tuesday morning. And to see who will become the champion in Champions Week. Bye-bye for now.